everyone. Welcome to another co-working study stream. Are you guys motivated to work? Hello, Nine Swords. Welcome. Hi, Brenticus. How you doing? That's a nice name. I got some stuff I really need to have done today. I was going to read like I did my last co-working stream. But I actually have some things I need to get done. Firstly, I need to write a manuscript for Sunday's video because I need to film it and maybe start editing it tomorrow or on Saturday. So it would be nice to have the manuscript done and ready. I also have 3 pen pal letters to write because I have 3 pen pals around the world. I have one for Cece, Yuki, and for Judy. So that's 3 letters that I need to write. But if I do get ready with all my things to do, I will I will continue reading. I finished the book I read last stream though. So right now I'm reading. What am I reading right now? I'm reading a true crime book by Jeffrey Dahmer. It's technically not a book, but it's like the proper police reports. There's nothing in it that I haven't heard, or there's no like facts that you can't find on Google, but it's still pretty interesting to see the actual real police reports and not just reading a non-fictional book. Otherwise, we also have, what more do I have? I'm also reading a Draco Malfoy Hermione fanfiction at the moment as well, which is pretty good. I'm glad I'm not the one who has to ask themselves what they're reading. Yeah, I don't know. I'm reading like multiple things at the same time. I'm also reading like a 3rd book. I have to think. It's a Tolkien book, but I don't remember which one. I think it's The Call for... Wait, where is my phone? There's my phone. I have everything on my phone. I can't, if I ever will lose my phone, my entire life will just be lost. Yeah, it's The Fall of Gondolin. It's by J.R.R. Tolkien. But I'm most likely not going to continue that one today. I love Tolkien, and he's one of my favorite authors of all time, but sometimes it's hard to read Tolkien as well because it's not that you need brain to understand him, but sometimes it's just like a lot of descriptions and a lot of happenings and a lot of names and a lot of lore, which is amazing, but sometimes you just don't have the brain capacity to take it all in one go, so that's definitely not going to be on an agenda today. But otherwise, I'm reading, what is it called? The Draco Malfoy Manaclad, it's called. It's apparently a really famous fanfiction by Sen Lin Yu. It's like Harry Potter if Harry Potter would have died and Voldemort would have taken the power together with like the Death Eaters, but with a mix of handmaiden tale, because Hermione becomes like a breeding person to Draco Malfoy or whatever. It was really good. It's 1,000 pages though. So it takes a long time to get through it, not gonna lie. Hello Lumine, how are you doing? I'm just talking about the books I'm reading and what I'm going to do on this stream. I did a poll on my YouTube post page where I asked people what you like when we do these streams. If you want me to be like, normally I mute myself while we work during the sessions, and then we only talk during like the break times. But I did ask if you guys would want to like have me unmuted and like talk all the time, even during like the work sessions. I don't know how much work I personally would actually, do, because I feel like, of course, I can ramble, but if I also ramble, I will not get anything done myself. So it's not going to be very productive for me. And I also asked, like, if you want me to be muted, unmuted plus talking, or if you wanted me to be like unmuted, but like ASMR, like I'm not talking to chat, but you can like hear me work or like hear me scribbling away or whatever I'm doing. But it's also like, I don't know. I've seen so many co-work and study streams and everyone does it differently. I don't know what you guys prefer. You saw the poll. The only thing is like, I feel like, there's a lot of people who voted on the poll, but it ended with like 33% on all three possibilities. So I feel like, everyone wants different things, I guess. So it's a very like even poll right now. So I don't know what people prefer. So we will continue to do what we always do and mute during sessions. I might have a friend. Basically, everything works. Yeah, I think so. Your own opinion is the tiebreaker. Yeah. I feel like, the only thing is, I feel like I'm not going to be productive if I'm going to be chatting at the same time. So I feel like I don't want to be unmuted for that reason, because otherwise these streams are not going to be productive for me. And the only thing about the unmuted ASMR thing is if people come in and they've never been to a co-work or study stream and they can hear me like, in the background, like coughing or giggling over what I'm reading or whatever it can be, and they type in chat, I'm scared that they might take it as I'm ignoring them if I'm not answering them, because if we're doing the ASMR unmuted one, it would mean still not answering chat. But if someone comes in and they don't know that and they can hear me, but I'm not responding to them, they might feel like I'm rude to them. I don't know. I don't know. It's just hard. I don't know what to do. I don't know what's best, Hmm. Did you like how I did it before? Yeah. I feel like we will continue doing that, and maybe we will experiment sometime in the future. Something I do want to do, and maybe, maybe incorporate to next year would be to maybe do crafting streams, and they will not be unmuted. I feel like, doing like, I don't know, like, okay, I can't paint, but like embroidering, cross stitching, diamond paintings maybe, or like other kind of like crafts and stuff like that. And then maybe we can do like more just chatting while doing crafts. I feel like it kind of fits my vibe, doesn't it? mm. I kind of like it because then it can be more, we talk about maybe a specific topic each time while I'm doing something with my hands, with like a hand cam, like whatever it is. Uh, Hello, Stella. Welcome, welcome. We're soon gonna start the first session. We're going to do 4 sessions in total. Let me actually add all 4. We're gonna do 45 minutes working sessions and then 15 minutes breaks in between, and we will only be talking during the breaks. If I do see you guys typing something in chat and I see it, I might respond in text format because I will be muting myself during the time. I'm not going to have any hand cam today though, because I'm going to be working on my PC, so there's no hand cam no hand cam today. I'm gonna be typing my YouTube manuscript for Sunday's video. Yeah, I might have a friend that will join, and then she will be joining in the discussions during the break time. We will see. She said she might be busy, but she might also want to join. So maybe we will have a friend visiting. Let's see. What do we want to have? I feel like we should have gentle snow. And we can do some typing. I do like typing. And music. I'm just gonna pull it down for now when I'm talking. So good luck everyone on your session, and I will see you on the break. Hope you guys have a good session. Hello, everyone. Again, break time. Oh my god. I finished 2 letters, which is pretty good, that I was gonna write. I also saw Tech joining us and Lino joining us. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. I think that's what I did. I did 2 letters. I also fixed Discord because Discord stopped working on my computer, weirdly enough. It said something error, so I had to like re-download Discord for Discord to work on my computer. I'm not sure. I've never seen that before. Never had a problem with Discord either. But yeah, now I only have 1 more letter for my pen pal. It's for Yuki. She's my Japanese pen pal. But Cici, who's from the US, and Judy, she's from Hungary, they have their letters written, so now it's only Yuki left. So that's pretty good. I've been putting off writing the pen pal letters for a long time because I haven't like felt good mentally, I guess. I've been like too exhausted. So it's like, because you know, pen paling is like, you know, you tell someone about your life and then you update them about your life. But if you're mentally exhausted about your own life, you kind of don't want to deal with your own life. So you don't have to like dwell and think about your own life and like go back in time and like rethink about everything. But I'm doing it now. I'm strong. I guess. I also haven't started my manuscript yet for the video on Sunday, but soon. I feel like my fingers also hurt because I don't type or write with pencil or pens anymore. The only time I do is when I write my pen pal letters or Christmas letters, and I don't know, like, you know, like I'm so unused to holding pens and pencils that just my fingers my hand are cramping. Like, what's up with that? Maybe I lost some core pen holding muscles. I don't know. Kind of weird though, isn't it? Never had a pen pal before. I knew people living far away, but messages on WhatsApp and whatnot, yeah. We started as like crafting pen pals because we both all my pen pals, we loved crafting. So we did like I will send you crafting materials from my country and you send me some from your country, and then we kind of like, you know, send a letter to it. So we send each other like stickers and notepads and, you know, notebooks and bookmarks and like, you know, like scraps and pieces and kind of crafty things. And back in the day when I had a lot of energy and time, I would like really decorate and go all in on decoration and, you know, really making the letters pretty with different kind of like washi tapes and stickers, and I would have it like themed, and then maybe, you know, do a like little like doodles and stuff like that. But we're old now. You know, we had all of us, we had time for it when we were like younger. But like my pen pal in Hungary, Judy, she just had her first child. She's been trying to have a child for many years, and she kind of accepted that she and her boyfriend or husband would never have a child. And just when they stopped trying, they finally, you know, she became pregnant. And she just have a daughter, and now she don't have time for anything. So now it's just like we don't really send much stuff. We would also send a lot of like tea packages and stuff like that from like our countries, but now it's more just like we just send the letters because it's kind of feels special. Like, you know, the only thing you get in your mailbox is like bills, and not even bills anymore because you have like the electronical bills nowadays, or like, so now it's just like ads and commercials and stuff you get in your box, you know. and it's not really fun. But having like a letter that you know someone spent a couple of hours of their life just like updating you about their life, it's kind of special. It's kind of fun. I like it. Have been subscribed to the channel for a while, couldn't catch your stream until today. Welcome, welcome. We're doing a coworker study stream today, so you're welcome to be productive with us. I haven't done many streams, to be honest, for a long time. Mostly because I haven't really had the energy or motivation to do anything more than lay in bed and feel sorry about myself and only read books, you know, be depressed. But I feel like it's getting better, and I feel like I can do these streams, you know, maybe sometimes. I can't, like, you know, say that we're going to do at least one co-working or study stream a week, but I'm doing my best, and I have to take it like, you know, day by day or week by week, and we will see how much energy I have. But you know, when you think about it, I'm just happy that I am leaving bed now. It's gone to the point where I can leave bed and I can go outside for a while. So that's pretty good. So streams have been hard, but it's definitely easier now. Is it okay if you don't have the energy? Yeah. Very nice you're back either way. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I think it's pretty nice. It's nice to do stuff, you know, sometimes. It's also like, you know, I think it's like something is like, you know, you feel like you're tired, but because it's mental exhaustion, it's definitely not like, you know, you're not physically tired, so it's not like, you know, you're tired with no energy. Like, I feel like that would be like a good excuse, but at the moment it's just like, you know, my brain is very foggy, and I walked into a mental wall, and I'm just like super exhausted and tired mentally, and I feel like I can't process things, and I can't like think or use my brain properly, you know. So it's like, you know, I also read that you need more like dopamines when you're in this kind of stage, and like one good way of getting them is to work out. But because your brain is like, but you're tired, you're exhausted, you feel like, oh yeah, definitely I can't leave bed because I'm too tired. But you're not technically tired, because you do have energy. It's just your brain not braining, I guess. Brain fogs are the worst, yeah. It's just been a very rough year, I feel like. But I feel like it's going to get better, and each day gets better, but it's definitely like a long way to go, and I feel like people told me that with the PTSD and everything, and my panics attack and all the anxiety and everything, that I've been holding it in for 10 years and not letting myself feel and process everything that happened. So I've just been like stacking everything on top of each other, like, you know, one thing after another, and then after a while it's just like, okay, now I can't handle anymore. My teacup can't feel more tea in the cup because it's pouring out on the sides. And that's probably what I did. I went too far until it affected me in a bad way. So if you guys need help, seek help before too late. Very good, yes. It's just kind of funny though, because I remember, like, you know, when you went to school and you used to type all the time with a pen. I can't get over the fact that like my muscles in my hand are like tired. It's like, you know, you have like a workout pain in my hands because I'm holding a pen for too long. Like, what? I have experienced something similar. Oh, feels like you're walking in a mist with no direction. Yeah, and it doesn't matter where you go because you're still moving at all. Yeah, I feel like that. And I also feel like, you know, one small little detour or like one small little thing, incident happening, one word, someone saying something, someone looking at you a specific way, someone hinting at something, you feel like something is said between the lines but it's not. And you know, all those small things takes you back to, you know, square zero, because suddenly all the work you've been doing is meaningless. And you feel like, oh my god, I'm so strong now and I have worked on myself so much. And then you're putting yourself in a position and a small little meaningless matter just pushes you all the way back to the beginning and you have to do it all over again. And it's so exhausting, you know? But at the same time, it's something we have to do and something we have to like push us through and be like, the world is not ending just because this thing happened, right? Of course it was sad or whatever, it was no fun situation, but now we're here and now we have to do it again. You didn't die the first time, right? You know? But it's hard to stay positive when you're constantly feeling like you're not moving forward. Like, I know everyone is telling me like, oh, you're so much better now than you were like, you know, a month ago or whatever. But me personally, I can't feel that growth though, because for me it feels like I'm standing still and nothing's happening, and you just want to go to bed and then wake up and just miraculously everything is fine. But that's not how that works. Bottling stuff up and stuff, not having any release is awful long term. Yeah, and I did that for 10 years. People say that, you know, when you do stuff like that and you're just bottling everything up for so long with all the trauma and everything, it takes roughly as long time to handle it and go through it. So I was like, I told my therapist, I was like, okay, so I have 10 years of trauma and PTSD, right? Does that mean that it will take me 20 years to go through it and I will be fine in 20 years? Like, what's up with that? That means I'm gonna be 50 when I'm fine. I would kinda want to be fine now, not when I'm 50. You know? If you have worked on yourself and got better, you at least know you can do it again. Yeah. That's what my therapist also told me, but it doesn't feel like that, if you know what I mean. There's never an easy quick fix. Yeah, I know. Sadly. I wish there was though. I wish that, you know, because a lot of people who never experience like panic attacks or anxiety attacks, you know, every time I'm in one, I can't, like, you can't stop it. Like, if you're in a hurricane, you just have to ride it out and just, like, you know, let it have its course and let it do whatever it does, because, like, we can't stop it now because it's already here. But a lot of people think that, you know, oh, but I can fix it. I can just make you tea because you like tea and tea is calming and everything will be fine with tea, or take this pill and everything will be better if you take this pill or whatever. But like, if it's gone that far that you're inside the panic attack right now, this moment, there's not an easy fix. If it was an easy fix, we would not have those attacks, you know? Like, we would not suffer from those attacks. We would just, like, stop them ourselves. It's not like we're sitting there and like, oh my god, finally, a panic attack. Yes, I've been waiting all week for this. You know? Hmm. Yeah, it gets better over time. Indeed, I agree. If I had a genie, I would go for money or something. I would be, dude, fix some depression. Exactly. Genie, come help. I agree with that one. Oh, our next session has started. I'm talking too much. Uh, uh. Good luck, everyone, on your session. Wait. No, that is the wrong one. I always forget how this works. Okay, now we see. There we go. Okay. Shall call my friend though. But break time, let's go. Hello. I can't hear you. Maybe you muted yourself?
Hello?
Yes!
Jag kan inte höra dig överhuvudtaget, men...
Varför då? Why? Why? Sudden special guest? Yes, it's Gina, but she can't hear me apparently. I don't know why. Blah 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 blah. Hello?
Nope.
When Discord don't work. Annoying. She restarting it. Well, I wrote my manuscript for my video, at least, that I'm gonna have in on Sunday. So manuscript is written, and I have gathered all, I was gonna say all the ingredients, but there's no ingredients. It's not like I'm baking a YouTube video, but I have all the material that I need to make it. So now all I have to do is just sit down, film it, and edit it. But I feel like I have done the hardest part now, which is read the book, write the manuscript, do research on the book and the author, and write down facts. So I feel that's pretty good. I read 2 pages of my book and then fell asleep during the first focus time. The laugh was too powerful. Oh no, not the loafy too powerful. You may not be baking, but I'm sure you'll be cooking with the video. I hope so. Oh wait, she's calling me. Hello?
Hello.
Do you
I
hear?
can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh my god, wait.
All the other thing was correct, and I just needed to restart the Discord. I don't know how Discord works, but it works in mysterious ways.
It definitely works in mysterious ways. I don't know either. Discord is weird.
Discord is very weird.
Everyone, this is Gina. Gina is ugly. No. No, she's not. She's not ugly. Gina is the cutest person ever.
Hello, people.
She's my knight in shining armor. Take Maniac says that he remembers you. Would you look at that?
I am remembered.
You are remembered.
I also, by the way, noticed that I can only hear you because I had your stream open. I can hear your stream. I cannot hear the Discord. Oh.
No. What's wrong with Discord? I have
I don't know.
everything set up. It's proper setup thing.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea because I can hear the Discord little notification sounds. I
Yeah.
have all of the correct things.
Yeah. Yeah, I also hear. But in the beginning, when I called you the first time, I couldn't hear you, but then I could hear you after a while. I don't know.
Yeah, because the Discord kind of thought that, oh, you have a headset. Obviously, you want your microphone to be on your headset, right? And I do not because that one is always turned off.
Is it better now? Can you hear me now? No. Okay.
I can only hear you once, so probably not.
Hmm. I don't know. I have the right microphone and it gets green. Maybe you have muted me. If you right click on me, do you have me on
I
mute?
have you on 200% volume.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you probably cheating me. You probably muted me. It's kind of weird though.
I
But
have not
what if we try to
muted
go
you.
into voice room on my Discord? Is that different? The go. Come.
I have no idea. We can
Come.
try.
Come. I remember that working one time. Hello?
No, I can only hear you once.
That's so weird. What's wrong?
I have no idea. I probably need to just restart the computer or something like that. I know that I've had issues with Discord before and it all just suddenly worked after I restarted the whole computer.
Oh, I see, I see. Well, let's do the call again, I guess. Hello.
Hello.
What's wrong with Discord? Well, how much time do you have? No, it should just work, I think. Hello, frog
Yeah, this
farmer.
would
Or
be.
maybe you said hello to Gina. I don't know.
Mm.
She's
Hello.
she's a bit quiet. Okay, maybe now if she talks.
I talk with my voice.
She talk with her voice. Hmm.
I do lots
I
of talking. I don't do lots of talking nowadays, but I normally do.
Yep. You don't talk it nowadays. Me neither, to be
Well,
honest. I lay in bed and I watch 90 Day Fiancé. That's what I do. I also started becoming really aggravated about this one couple on 90 Days. By the way, I need to talk about it, okay? So listen. There is this lesbian couple, right? There's this one couple, one is American, the other one is from the UK. Everything seems great, but the American one, she has autism and ADHD and she has extreme panic attacks and anxiety. And she needs, a very strict lifestyle where, like, she knows where her home is and she has, like, a safe space and everything to feel secure in her life. But her girlfriend, the UK one, she wants to have a van life where they get a van and they drive around Europe and just live off of whatever they do in the van. And the American girl, she has a remote job, so she can't do that. But she doesn't want to do it because that gives her panic attacks. But then she loves her girlfriend, so she decided that she will do it for her girlfriend. And the UK girlfriend said, okay, so you have to take a loan and you have to, like, get an advance from your job. Like, so she took a loan for $20,000 and then she took, like, an advance from her paycheck for $6,000. And she sold everything and moved to the UK to this van. And they are now going to, like, drive around Europe and just live off of her remote job. And the UK girl didn't sell anything and didn't pursue any money, but the name of the van is in the UK girl's name, which makes no sense to me. So the USA girl, she's like, but if you can just strand me in Europe and take off, and all my money I put into the van will just be gone because the van is in your name. And the girlfriend is like, oh, you don't trust me, you know? And then the USA girl, she was like, okay, but I have remote job. What will you do on the road? And the UK girl was like, I will live my life and be free and do whatever I want to do. And she has no intention of working. So I was like, oh shit, the UK girl is using the American one. That's a new one. Usually it's the other way around of the delusional people coming from America, right? And now the American one, she was like, okay, I get anxiety from boats and big ships, and they had to like go in a big ship with the van from the UK to France to go to Paris, you know, or Paris.
Mhm.
And she had the biggest panic attack on the boat. And the UK girl got really upset with the American because she had a panic attack, and she was like, you should be excited, we're going to a different country, and instead you're being boring and you're standing here having a panic attack. I don't know if I can live with someone like you because you have panic attacks and anxiety and blah blah blah. And even if you have anxiety, you shouldn't, take it out on me. And she was like, okay, that's fine, but I'm in the middle of an anxiety attack. Can you please leave me and we can talk about it after I'm off the boat because the boat is giving me panic attacks? And she was like, no, we have to have the discussion now while we're on the boat and you are in the middle of your attack. And it really, really triggered something in me. And I don't know. I hate this
I think
UK girl. Your mental issues is inconvenient to me. How could you? Exactly. Exactly. That's so romantic. A scholar in her knight. Exactly. This is my little knight, Gina.
Mhm.
UK girl is messed up. What the heck? Exactly. That's what I said.
Yeah.
She basically left her entire life and she said, I'm going to be uncomfortable and this is something that is going to give me anxiety attacks, but I'm doing it for you. I'm going to live in this van for you. It's not ideal for me, but I will do it for you. And then she said, okay, now we're going to go on a ship. This again something that's going to trigger my anxiety attack. This is going to be bad, but we can talk later. And she was like, no, it's inconvenient to me. You should be excited because I'm excited and this is an exciting stuff. And it triggered me so badly, like really, really badly. As someone who has anxiety and panic attacks, I feel like, I don't know. And the UK girl was like, I also get anxious, but I don't let that ruin my day. And I'm like, okay, your anxiety is not a proper anxiety attack and panic attack. You probably just feel nervous or something. People who say they have anxiety attacks and then blame people who have really big issues with their like anxiety attacks, they have never felt a proper anxiety attacks, because you would never say something like that if you actually felt how it feels like. And it bothers me. Ugh. Oh, I hate
I
this
just
woman.
feel like it's so weird as well. Like she told the girl that, hey, I have anxiety. This is a thing that I have. Both trigger me.
Yeah.
How can she be just so confused and baffled that she got an anxiety attack?
Yeah, I have no idea. It's really annoying to me. it's triggering me when I'm watching it. There's another couple that's also triggering me. I paused the break time, by the way, because we have stuff to talk about. But there's another couple, is an Icelandic couple, or is an Icelandic man together with an American. And he is extremely Scandinavian. He's very Icelandic, and Gina knows what I mean when I say that. He has, the demeanor of us. We're laid back. We're not really, woo woo or romantic gestures in public, or scream in public, or dressing obscene in public. We're laid back, quiet, introverted people, right? She is the other way around, and that's cute. They found each other, but everything that she is complaining about on him is just like, that is how he is as a person. That is what a Scandinavian person is. And she's like, oh, he never dated, a woman before, so he don't understand how it is to be in a relationship, because this is his first proper relationship. He have dated before, but not like longer relationships. So she's like, oh, it's probably because he never been in a relationship before. And I'm just screaming on my inside, like, it has nothing to do with the fact that you're his first girlfriend. This is just how we are, So she put on some like sexy clothes or whatever, and she's like, look at me. And he was like, oh, you look great. And he smiled at her, and she was like, why don't you like grape me? Like, that's what a proper man should do. And she got really, really upset that he was just like, oh, that looks great. Because that was not enough. He needed to like go down on his knees and like be like, oh my god, I'm gonna kiss your toes because you look like a goddess. That's kind of the energy that she wanted, and he just gave her a compliment. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. She also started
I
talking about
we
wanting.
watched that episode when she arrived to Iceland.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We saw that, and like
That was
she.
the same. Him just being perfectly very just Nordic happy, like quiet happy.
Mm,
And she was so upset that he wasn't happy.
she was like, because
And
she.
both just see that no, no, he is happy.
Because I feel like it's different. Like, she wants to have like this, when you're openly showing and saying how you're feeling, and like, being like super excited and like jumping around out of excitement. But us Scandinavians, we have a different way of showing excitement. And she was like, oh my god, I love you so much and everything. And she was like jumping around like a squirrel or whatever, or a little bunny. And he was like, oh yeah, I'm happy too, and she took that as an offense that he did not love her. Then she wanted to have like this big passionate kiss on like the airport. And we're not conserved people, but we are introverted, and it's kind of embarrassing to do big gestures in public. So he gave her a smaller kiss, and she was like, oh, he kissed her grandma like that. That was not a proper kiss, and he don't love me. Why am I here? Fuck this man. And then on the way to the hotel, we enjoy silences here a lot. We can sit in silence for an hour without it being weird, because we like just content and happy in silence. And he did that in the car because he thought she been in the air for 10 hours, and she probably want that, silence and quietness in the car. She did not, and she thought that he hated her because he didn't talk to her, but she also didn't talk to him, so I don't really know what that was about. Uh, if she would have talked, I think he would have talked back though, so I don't know. It's definitely weird, but that's also a couple that really, really bothers me. It sounds like she learned her interaction from cinema and TV shows. Yeah. Why is all lesbians content from the West is toxic and sad, and Yuri stuff from Japan is mostly wholesome and happy? I don't know. There are enough sad things in real life already. That's so true. Yeah. And, oh, by the way, hi Mirai. Welcome, welcome. So Nordic means just nothing in public. I mean, not nothing in public. It's just like more. I don't know.
Not a lot, but like some things, like you can hold hands. Like that is, nobody's gonna look at you weird. No one's gonna look at you weird if it's just a quick peck on the cheek either.
I mean, a normal
But
kiss as
just
well on the mouth is okay, but like if you want to like really, really make out in public, I think that's gonna be frowned upon. Like we don't want to see you sucking someone's face off. Yeah.
yeah, and don't grab someone's butt either.
Yeah, I mean, if you're alone and you know that you're alone, sure, but like in the middle of public spaces, no. No. It's just, I don't know. She really, and she also wants to be a midwife, which is like a big dream of hers, which is amazing. And she talks about it all the time. And on this episode that I'm on right now, she is like, you know, the surprised Pikachu face because she doesn't understand that. Because she was like under the intention that, you know, she got into university to be a midwife in America, and according to her, it's the best midwife university in the entire world because they only take in 10 people per year, which makes it the best out of the best because there's like 15,000 people applying for it, and she got in. And to me, I was like, that can't make it the best, you know, because that's not how you calculate the best education. It's just like make it exclusive because they don't take in more students. So I had to Google, and apparently the best midwife school or university is in Australia. Who would have thought? Anyway, it was not her school. Information science in me had to actually fact check her. Anyway, I she at least she got in, but she went to Iceland because she was like, okay, if I get in into the best school of the world, ooh, I can get into Icelandic midwife university easy, right? And then she got there, and they told her that well, every every lesson is in Icelandic in Iceland, and you need to know Icelandic to be able to take the courses, as well as doing your midterms and all your tests, because all the test is going to be in Icelandic. And she was like, but I know English. And they were like, yeah, but you need to know Icelandic. And if you're gonna work as a midwife in Iceland, you need to know Icelandic so you can help mothers deliver children. And she was like, but everyone knows English. And they were like, again, you need to know the language of the country you're going to work in. Okay? And she just refused to understand. She was like, I don't know what to do. And they told her, because she came in the end of February, and they told her that if you wanted to apply to go into midterms or like, you know, to this university, you would need to apply 2 weeks ago. And she was like, oh, so when can I apply instead? And they were like, well, in a year, because it's always the first week of February that we like take in new students. And she was like, so I have to wait a year. And she was like, I don't want to wait a year. Then I better go home to the best college in the world and do the midwife, you know, there. And they were like, yeah, but then you still can't come back and be a midwife because you need Icelandic diplomas to be able to work in Icelandic hospitals. So even if you have your graduation in America, you still need to like redo everything in Iceland. So going back to America to do the education there would not make sense if you're still going to like move here. And she was like, what the fuck? What do I do then? And they were like, I don't know, wait a year and maybe study Icelandic during that year. And she feels like she's throwing away her entire life because she does not have the patience to wait a year. I, I,
Mm. That just reminds me of the French man who just like, no, every Swede know English. I can just survive off my very, very bad English. No need to learn any Swedish. Like what? No, if you move to a country, learn the language.
yeah. This is all sounding like an Americanized. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what it is, though. Um, it's also funny because her family is like also saying that he is taking advantage of her because like he probably just want to go to America and have a better life, and the Scandinavian in me just want to scream that people in Iceland have a really fucking good life, okay? Like, why would they need to want to go to America where you can't even have abortions anymore, right? Like, why, why would you want to leave a good country? But like, her family is just like, oh, but you know, Iceland is such a bad place. They basically don't have any jobs and nobody has houses and nobody have a home and I don't know. They like think we're like an Eastern European country or Israel or something. I don't know. I mean, Iceland and Israel kind of sounds the same, I guess. I don't know. I would
I also
move.
think that they are just so stuck in the mindset of America being the greatest country ever and
Mm.
developmental countries existing that they just sort of no, they don't have all of the good stuff that we have. Therefore, they have absolutely nothing. Oh my gosh, are you sure that you have cell phones?
Yeah. I just, it's just so weird. And then I know because they were like, oh, there's no one who lives in Iceland, right? Because Iceland is like the smallest country ever. And she's a woman of color. And she was like 100% going into it. She was like, "There, I'm going to be the only person of color in all of Iceland, and that means I'm going to experience 1,000 times of racism." And you know, as a Scandinavian, I'm like, "What the fuck? We don't have racism." I mean, we do,
I mean,
but according, we're racist to Danes. Fuck Danes.
yeah.
We beheaded the Danes, but like we don't. If you compare it to the racism that America have, we have nothing like nothing like that here. And then she found like a people of color organization on Iceland, and she was like, "Oh, I'm not the only one." And she started talking to them, and they were like, "Oh yeah, it's not that bad." But then this one guy who lived on Iceland and lived there for like a year or less than a year, he was like, if you get kids and they are half like half Icelandic and half colored, they're gonna be bullied. And she was like, what? Yeah, I bet they will. And he had no foundation or ground for that. He just said that they will, and I was like, that makes no sense though. I have a hard time thinking Icelandic people who are like this nicest people around, that they would, I don't know. I don't know. Uh, I might be wrong though, but
Yeah, but
I
there's
don't think it's gonna
still,
be as bad as America itself though.
yeah. And kids bully other kids because of very weird and random things. Like there is nothing telling you if a kid is gonna get bullied or not.
Hmm. Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, it just bothers me a little bit, you know, when I'm watching it that they're like, but they're also so different. Like, they spent 20 days together, and now and then she moved back. She was only in Iceland for like summer vacation or something, and then they talked for a year or something, and now she just moved there. And I just feel like they don't know each other because they are so extremely different. And she been telling him as well. She's like, I've been soft partnering you, like, you know, soft parenting. Like she's like explaining to him what he needs to do in like a like, you know, educational way, and being like this soft parent but partner. And she's like, but, and then she was like, I'm a woman of color, so, you know, I am actually a very ruthless person normally. I will explode on you, but I haven't done that yet. I want to, and I want to rip your head off because I don't like you. And I was like, what? And she's like, oh yeah, but you know, you need to know how to handle me. So I'm not showing my true colors yet, but you know, soon I will. And he just like laughed and a little bit uncomfortably, and he was like, but I will just make you laugh and be calm because, you know, Scandinavian life. And she was like, yeah, that's a big mistake. Do not make me laugh or joke about me being mad because that's gonna make me more mad. And yeah, I don't know. She's really mad at him for like, she feels like his calmness also means that he don't give a fuck. Like, you know, she feels like him being so calm and collected and logical means that he don't actually care or have feelings.
He's showing plenty of emotion in his own little Scandinavian way.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess, I don't know. I mean, it's easy for us to see that, but maybe we are harder to read for the rest of the world than we think we are.
I think we probably are, but as I also feel like if she can just not explode on him,
Mm.
like why would she just unleash herself on him? Like because she has self-control.
Yeah.
Why stop using the self-control?
Because that's who she is, because she's a woman of color, which also really bothered me that she used her race as like a, I'm a woman of color, so this is how we act. And I'm like, you don't have to. Like,
Yeah, that sounds racist to me.
that sounds self
I
racist
am
to me.
I have skin color, therefore I behave this way.
Mm. I don't know. I have a hard time watching every time they're that, but I'm also really interested to see what happens. They're clearly not gonna make it. Like, you know, she's way too out there. She was also going to meet his parents, and imagine meeting Scandinavian parents who are extremely introverted. Um, and she her fashion sense is very booby, very tight leathery, uh, very strip club esque. And she told him, like, you know, do I have to dress conservative and proper every time I meet your parents, or because I don't have that many non-revealing clothing, you know? And he was like, maybe my parents are 84 years old. Can you please not show all cleavage to my 84-year-old dad? You know? And she was like, hmm.
What? And I also just remembered that she just brought the weirdest shoes ever to Iceland.
Yeah, she brought like the biggest heels that she could find to Iceland, which is like just ice and snow.
Yeah,
And then oh yeah, she also
stilettos. You don't have stilettos in winter.
yeah, oh it was crazy. She also got mad at him because she had asked him to uh not or she asked him to like remove his clothes from one side of the wardrobe and give her one side, but he had been working like overtime and stuff, so he didn't have time to fix it until she was there, and she kind of blasted him for not doing as he promised because she felt like that was like the first thing that he promised to do and he didn't do it, so he's a liar and a horrible person. And I was like, but he just didn't have time. Like he had done so many things for her, but he didn't have time to like organize the wardrobe yet. And she was like, it only takes 5 seconds. And I was like, but if it takes 5 seconds, why can't she just fix it if it's not a problem, you know? Like, I don't understand the issue. I would like to see her wear a crop top or whatever in -40 weather. She did have crop tops and like very thin summer jackets. She said the jacket that she brought was like the thickest jacket that she could find in America. But to me, it looks like a jacket you have in summer in Sweden, so it made no sense to me. Because it was like it was not even a jacket. It felt like a cardigan or something like that. And she was like, this is the thickest I could find. And she complained like every time they went outside that it was super cold and she couldn't stand it. And I'm like, well, your fashion sense is like as little clothes as possible on your body and show as much skin as possible. And then you have like a cardigan as a jacket, and it's snowing and it's ice.
And
You
it's
have
also,
you have to be
skin
smart.
tight. Because as soon as you have like a fluffy layer on, it traps air and therefore traps heat.
Hmm.
If you have skin tight, it's also gonna be cold because it is skin tight.
Oh yeah. I think she's just a psycho. I mean, she could be. Um.
She's insane.
Yeah, she's definitely insane. I feel like. I feel like dressing not revealing isn't just about being proper, but surviving the weather in a northern country. Yeah. Yeah, it's very much so. Like, I mean, sometimes I do like, I'm like, okay, I really want to have this dress. But I know that even if I have stockings, it's too cold outside to have stockings. And I should probably have like stockings or and pants on top of that. But sometimes I do choose to have a dress anyway and be cold. But then I make that decision that I'm rather cold but have the dress I want to have. But I feel like she's just doesn't understand the weather at all. You know? She doesn't even. She doesn't really have anything. I don't even think she wears pants. Have I seen her in pants? Maybe I have. I don't know. Oh, bye bye, Take. Bye bye. Have a good evening. But yeah, I don't know. I also feel like, because it's a TV show, a reality show of like, 90 days, fiance, you have 90 days to marry someone from another country to get a visa. I kind of feel like, when they do this reality show, they technically pick the weirdest people, hence why they get so much drama and so much excitement. I mean, they wouldn't pick people who would work out. I feel like they're picking people that just like, okay, this sounds crazy. We need this on air, you know?
Yeah, and it's also like as soon as people get angry at things, they tend to get more involved and watch more of it. So just anger baiting is also a thing that works.
Yeah. But these are probably the two couples that annoys me the most. The lesbians, that is like, you know, with the anxiety person, and the Icelandic one, because it's, I feel like I understand him and I feel like I don't understand her. It's like, you know, they were in a coffee shop, you know, in the middle of town in Reykjavik, you know, and they were just a coffee shop, and she was going to look if she passed a test that she did in America before she left for Iceland, and she like logged in on her phone and she saw that she passed, and she was excited. I mean, I understand you're excited, but she legit like stood up and started screaming in the middle of the cafe, and like, you know, we're like super out there aggressively like going woohoo shoohoo, I'm so amazing, I did it, and like screaming in the cafe, and he was like, okay, please sit down, woman. You know, because that's not something we do. Only insane people do stuff like that in public. Like,
Insane people. If you and me were with those guys,
mm,
we would just disappear.
yeah, I would leave. I
We
would
would
also
pretend to
leave
be
if I was sitting in the cafe having a cup of tea and someone came in, started screaming and being loud. I would leave the cafe and probably not come back to the cafe, so that would hurt the cafe. I just don't like loud people. I want to like be able to sit in a cafe without like hearing people. Like I understand like mumbling and like talking in a soft voice, but like I don't accept loud people. We don't really have many of them around here either, what I know. You go for the ambience, not the disruption. Exactly. Cafes are for being chill. Exactly. That's what I mean. This American girl definitely isn't my type of girl. I would be embarrassed and ashamed. Me too. I would die of embarrassment. Other people want to have a quiet time. Why would you ruin it with your own sense of importance? Yeah. I don't get it. But I'm also very Scandinavian, and I'm ashamed of everything that's done in public or putting like a spotlight on me is embarrassing, and I hate it. Main character syndrome. I mean, yeah. I wish that the way reality shows would actually bring in a quiet American. Yeah, I've not really seen quiet Americans. I've seen some on the 90 days that been very quiet. Um, which is funny because the people on 90 days that are more quiet and reserved, they usually go for crazy Latina girls, and they have different kind of issues when it comes to cultural clashes, which is interesting in its own as well.
I also feel like it's kind of interesting to see how just blind of the cultural differences people are. Like there are several persons who just went into this just like no cultural differences exist. We're gonna be happy ever after. There's gonna be no work involved.
Yeah. I'm also watching this American woman who is with a man from Turkey, and everything seemed, you know, fine and dandy and everything, except he's a playboy, clearly. And they have had issues about that because like he's very possessive and like dominant, and like she's not allowed to do certain things as a woman or as his woman. But the same doesn't go for him, and he can do whatever he wants. He had a cabinet of like different alcohol bottles, and he told her that every bottle was like a piece of history of women he had had sex with. Like he was like, you know, they reminded him of a good time with a woman that he truly liked, and like all these bottles were like a symbol of his sex life, and he was really proud of all the bottles that he collected. And he was like, yeah, I probably slept with like 10,000 women, maybe more or something like that. And she was like, okay. He also had a sex diary that he kept where he like put down the name and the dates and like, you know, every information you need about the sex, I guess. And she was like, okay, I don't like that. Can you like, now that we're together, can you like not have that? And he was like, but it's a piece of me and my history. And he refused, so he kept the bottles and the diary. And so she got mad and went home, but then they kind of like made up, and she isn't this season she went to Turkey again, and they went to Turkey, and in Turkey she saw that the bottles were still there. And so she got mad, and she was like, well, actually, I have something from my ex-boyfriend as well. And she apparently had an ex-boyfriend who wrote her a love letter that was 147 page long, and she kept it in a huge binder, and she dug it up in her place and brought it to Turkey. And so when she saw the bottles, she threw this big binder at him, and she was like, oh, if I have to live with your bottles, you have to live with, you know, with this big letter from my ex-boyfriend. And I was like, they're both so toxic to each other. I don't understand. But like, also, who writes a letter, 147 page long letter to someone? That's like a book. What do you write in a book? I'm so confused. Especially because it was a boyfriend she had when she was 16. It makes it worse. Oh yeah, I don't know, man. They are definitely a weird couple. They also had, she was like, oh, we have the same birthday because like my birthday is the 20th and his birthday is the 21st. But if I'm in America, our birthday is on the same day because of time zones. So we have the same birthday. And I was like, yeah, that's not how that works, but okay. So they celebrated
it works.
Yeah. You know, you feel like you're losing brain cells when you you watch this. It's kind of funny. But on their birthday, he wanted to like buy her a vanity as a gift. You know, the furniture, a vanity furniture thing. But she didn't like any one of the ones that they went to look at, and he got mad because he felt like that was disrespecting to him because he was a man and he showed her some options and she denied his option, and that was horrible, you know. And the camera team kind of like came in the middle of the night and were like, what happened, what happened? And she was like crying, and she was like, I need to get out of here. And apparently like he grabbed her, because they had like a big argument, and he grabbed her and like pulled her hair extensions out, and like pulled her hair really hard, and was like aggressive towards her. But she has now forgiven him, because he promised to go to a therapist, but he's now only pretending to go to therapy. He said that he don't need to show her the confirmation or receipts that he actually is going to therapy for being violent, because she should just trust him, because he's a man.
Yeah, of course. I remember him. He was just
He's disgusting.
so many red flags.
Yeah. They could be a little cute if it wasn't all for the toxic background. Yeah. I would accept a gift if it was a genuine and with good intentions. Yeah. It was just like, they were going to move in together, and she was going to move into his apartment, and she needed a vanity, and she wanted like, to have something that she liked that could like be in their home and in the same style. So she was like, let's just go to different shops and look for something that's more our style and that will fit our home better. And he kind of just took that as a rejection, because no one rejects him. My partner is Puerto Rican. They're wonderful. The sassiness is great, and I feel like she can match my energy with pound for pound. I mean, that's good. I need calmness in my life. I need someone really calm and collected. But that's because I get stressed out really easily, so I need someone who doesn't stress, So someone that's not too extroverted would be good, but not someone who's too introverted, because I don't want someone who's just like sitting inside all the time, because that's not good. I never had a partner, but I have a very good friend. She was a genuine emo. Sometimes we just spend time sitting and listening to music without saying a word. Good times. And Gina and I, we can sit for hours in the same room without saying anything.
And then I speak, and then you scream.
Because you scare me. But it's like, we like, we drink tea together and watch like series, or we read together or whatever. Like we do our own thing, but like in the same room. So it's like, we we will live our life but together. Like, we don't feel lonely because there's someone there if we need someone, but we don't really want to talk. It's nice, to know someone is there, but not needing to talk, and like the silences doesn't get like awkward.
I feel like that is kind of a good way to grade how good of a relationship one has. Like if the silence can be comfortable, then it's a good relationship. If silence is uncomfortable, then you're either not there or you are not in a good relationship yet.
Yeah. At least if both feel like it's comfortable, because sometimes like I feel like, I'm comfortable with the silence, but then it's very clear that the other person isn't. Because I've been hanging out with some extroverted people, and like I'm super happy and comfortable just sitting silent in a Discord call, but a lot of people are not comfortable with that, and they need to like have a conversation all the time, otherwise they feel like something is wrong. And you can have a really good relationship with them as like best friends or whatever, but like they just different. Yeah, and just having each other around was enough. Yeah, I know that feeling. I had a coworker when I lived far away. Now I'm home. Home. Right now I live in my hometown where I grew up. But there was a time in my life when I lived like 7 years far away. I think, how long did it take to go there? 5, 6 hours by car or something like that. It was far, far away from here at least. I had a
Sounds like
coworker.
4, but it might be 5 hours.
Yeah, I had a coworker there at least, and we became friends. And she was more introverted than I am. She did not want to like hang out with people. So sometimes she would like she just rang my bell on my apartment and she was like, "Sup, can I sit in your sofa?" And I was like, "Okay." I'm streaming because I streamed back in that day, but on Twitch, not on this channel. It was before I became a VTuber. Um, and I was like, I'm streaming and I'm gonna be streaming for like 4 or 5 hours, you know? And she was like, oh, that's fine. I will just be in your living room watching your TV. You want dinner later? And I was like, yeah, sure. And she's like, okay, I will make dinner. So she just came to my apartment and hang around in my apartment. We never like hang out or anything. Like I guess we did. I don't know. We were not in the same room though. Like I did my stream and when I was done with my stream, she had made dinner and then we watched a movie and then she just left. It was odd, but she would come like every day. I think after work, she was like, "Zup, time for dinner. I bought these things. You want to try this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." Kind of fun though. She was a fun person.
But still kind of weird.
Yeah, she definitely. That's a cool colleague you had. Yeah. I mean, sometimes when I was like in a really bad mood, I would like text her and be like, I'm in a bad mood. And she's like, okay, what do you want to do? And I'm like, I don't know. And she's like, okay, you want to come and be on my sofa? And I was like, yeah. So I would go to her apartment and be on her sofa. And she would like just sit by her computer, play games or paint or whatever. And she was like, here you got the remote control. Watch whatever you want to watch. And, you know. So sometimes I just came to her place and just slept on her sofa and just spent time there. And then when I felt good, I just went home. She would also come with like, you know, a big tray with the tea and cookies and stuff. And she was like, do you need this? I remember another time I had a really bad migraine. And she was like, because I had a migraine because I had anxiety the day before. And she felt like, you know, she didn't want me to be alone. And I was like, but I had a migraine, I can't really do anything. And she was like, I'm going to go to my dad who lives in the middle of nowhere, in a house in the middle of the forest, and we're gonna make waffles. And I was like, oh yeah, that sounds cool. And she's like, come, will you follow me? And then she came and picked me up in her car. We drove for like 30 minutes out in nowhere in the forest, and I was like, I'm gonna get murdered. And then there was suddenly a house. It was like, you know, tree. Oh, a house. That's weird. It looked like, you know, like a lumberjack murder house or something. And she was like, okay, you can sleep on the sofa here and I will tell you when the waffles are done. And I slept on a sofa and her dad came and he was like, oh, your friend is sleeping. And my friend was like, yeah, she had a migraine, but she will eat waffles later. And then she came and told me waffles were done. We ate waffles and then she drove me home. That was a weird day, but it was enjoyable. Like, you know, I preferred it rather than like stay at home and not have waffles, I guess. She also like put the curtains and everything and made like the living room in her dad's place like super dark. It was nice. Except I woke up one time and he had a lot of stuffed animals on the walls, and it was like a big moose head that freaked me out. Other than that, it was pretty cool. Come to the forest elder house for waffles? Yeah. She drives 5 hours to sit on your sofa, would be cool. Waffles in the lumberjack murder house does sound like a nice time. Yeah, it was a nice time. Her dad was really nice too. Mm. She got mad at me when I moved back to my hometown though, because it's, you know. I also think that she was kinda in love with me, but I don't know. It's hard to say. She still haven't really fully forgiven me for moving. Every time I see her, she's a little bit passive aggressive. Mm. No good. Sounds like the
But
premise
I
of a
I can
wholesome
feel
Euro
that
anime.
it's
Sorry?
old.
Hmm?
I feel like it's a bit odd that she's still passive aggressive about it because it's been so many years.
Yeah, I think it's like 5 years ago I moved back here or something. I don't really remember. 4 years maybe? Um, I don't really remember. I think I
I
moved
don't know. I kind of feel
2020.
left.
Yeah, I don't remember. But it was cool, I guess. It was like, you know, it was nice when we lived there. She was like really cool and everything, but like as soon as I moved, she got like really mad about it. I remember the day when I was like moving. No, the day before I was moving, I was like packing and everything, and my mom was there to help me pack. And she was there, you know, she was on the couch, my sofa, and my mom like jokingly asked her like, can you not help packing, you know, or something, or why are you here, like if you're not gonna help pack or and stuff. And she said she's not gonna help in something she feels is worthless because she did not want me to move, and if she helped me in my move, that would like mean that she accepted me moving, and she did not accept me moving. So she was like, you know, I'm gonna sit here on your sofa so you can't move the sofa because you're staying. And I'm like, yeah, but like I have to move though. I already like sold the apartment and stuff. Like I can't stay here, you know? Speaking of my neighbors underneath me, you know, with a kid and dog that's always barking and yelling in the middle of the night and early mornings and everything, they moved.
Oh,
I know.
nice.
They must have done it yesterday, because yesterday there was chaos downstairs, but it's always chaos downstairs, so we didn't really think too much about it. But today it's been really, really calm, and I was like, that's nice. Maybe they went somewhere or, you know, school longer. I don't know. But it's been very calm today. And then when we went to the store, I like looked into the apartment, and it's just completely like there's nothing in there. It's just empty. So they probably moved out, which means like, and I saw that the apartment is not on the website, which means someone else already have the apartment. So I'm guessing someone is going to move in on Monday or maybe Sunday, but I don't know. No, they can't move in on Sunday because they need the keys, and the keys administration is not open on Sunday, so they are probably moving in on Monday. So I'm getting new neighbors.
I hope they are quiet and they don't fight.
Yeah, that would be nice. I feel like every time I owned an apartment, it's always been like next door to like really aggressive couples who fight all the time and scream at each other or throw things at each other and stuff, or it's been families with a lot of kids that they can't control and the kids are screaming nonstop, or they have a dog that barks nonstop. uh, so I'm kind of hoping for something more calm. It would be nice with like an older lady or something. But I don't know. We will see. We will see. One time, I and my emo friend went out and just walked in a random direction for 5 hours. We ended up in a small town on the countryside. We had to take a bus to get back because it got dark. I mean, that's nice though. I do like going for walks, it's very nice, very calming.
Do you remember the time that we went by train to the big city that's a bit closer to me?
And we realized there
And then
was
we
not
got
a
really,
train
really
back.
tired. And we went,
Yeah.
yeah, there was a train back, but it wouldn't arrive in like more than an hour or something like that.
And we called our parents and asked if they could come and get us instead because we didn't want to wait an hour, but we didn't think that it would take them an hour to drive to us also. Oh my
Yeah.
god. We were not clever in high school, man. Hmm. Oh, I moved last week in my new apartment building. I'm currently the only tenant and I could make as much noise as I wanted. Oh, that's nice. My little brother, he have a neighbor that's in love with karaoke, which is fine, but like he loves to do karaoke in his big karaoke machine with like speakers and stuff on his balcony. And he does it to like 1, 2 in the morning. Like it's not even normal hours, and people have been calling in and complaining about him. So it looks like he's being thrown out actually from the complex because he's too loud now. That's kind of cool.
That's kind of nice though.
Because I heard
Because
that
my neighbors,
I heard it's really hard to throw someone out, but they live, the apartments that they have is like a private person who owns, so it's not like the city, you know?
mm,
So maybe they have it like easier that they can just like pick and choose who gets to live there and not because it's like private owned, but I don't know.
I don't know either because my brother's girlfriend used to rent from a private one as well.
Oh.
But one of her neighbors kind of he played music really, really loud at like 10, 11 in the evening, so when people want to sleep. And he played music loud enough that the walls were just shaking.
Yeah.
But they still couldn't just throw him out for whatever reason. Like there are several people who just stopped renting as his neighbors because they couldn't stand it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I know is my little brother know this guy because they work together. They're also co-workers, and he been walking around and like, bragging about the fact that he won X amount of millions and he's going to buy a house. But everyone knows that he's broke and in debt, so it's not really. So he's like, oh, I'm going to leave these apartments because I'm gonna buy this house in the big city, and it's a cool house and it's so cool, and everyone is like, yeah, sure, sure, sure you are. So I don't really know. I wouldn't tolerate neighbors like that. I would have gotten violent pretty quickly. Hmm. I uh I don't really mind. I think I'm pretty good at like canceling my ears and like stop listening. But I feel like, when they doing it in the middle of the night, that's what annoys me. For like the neighbor that just moved that I had, he was under me because I'm on the top floor and he was on the first floor. Uh there was like a family and they had a dog. During the night they will like put the dog in a room, and the room is underneath my bedroom, and the dog would like howl and bark all night because he was like anxious that he was like inside a room without anyone, I guess. I don't know. But he would like howl and howl and howl and like bark, and it will like echo up to me. That was really hard to like sleep through that sound with a dog. Um, Speaking of, like, I'm guessing they moved yesterday because it was like chaos downstairs yesterday, but I didn't think much about it because like it's always chaos downstairs. But yesterday they had issues with like two dogs attacking each other, and you could like really hear them going at it at each other, but you couldn't hear like any human be like, oh no, stop, or anything like that. You can only hear like the growling and the whimpering and the attacking. It kept going for a couple of minutes in the morning. It was a very early morning. I remember I woke up to it. It was like kind of aggressive. Yeah, I don't know.
Like, dogs fighting it kind of sounds horrible.
Yeah. So Ugh, I'm hoping for a good neighbor, to be honest. Everyone else that's like around me, like on the sides and diagonally around me, they are super chill, and don't have any issues with any one of them. It was just the one that was like just underneath me that I had issues with. They were also the children underneath me that would like throw toys up on my balcony and then be like, give them back, give them back. And I stopped giving them back because I was like, if you throw them here, they belong to me now. So I still have a lot of toys on my balcony. I'm like that grumpy elderly, like, this is my ball now, you shall not have it back. Get off my balcony. That's me. Let's hope your new neighbor will be chill. Yes. Yes. I feel like most people around here in the area I live are chill people, so I feel like it should maybe continue like that, because most that like rent where I am are like it's mainly elderly people, you know, and me, but I'm also old, I guess. My mind is old. Mm.
You have an old soul.
Yes. Everyone always love when they tell you, they're like, oh, who are you? And I'm like, oh, I'm your neighbor, I'm a librarian. And they're like, oh my god, that's nice. So you quiet, you go shush 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 all the time. And I'm like, yeah, sure. Whatever floats your boat. I'm super quiet.
Yeah.
I only blast 90 Day Fiance until like 2 in the morning. But yeah, otherwise I'm pretty chill.
I feel like I have pretty normal neighbors as well. Like I have one who has loud parties every now and then, but it's like every now and then, so it's fine.
Yeah.
And to be fair, my neighbors
Are far away.
are very far away.
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say you
can
don't.
see them.
I was gonna say you don't have fucking neighbors.
I can hear some of them.
Yeah, but like it's she lives in like a cottage near a forest. Like she does not have neighbors. Her neighbors are cows and the forest.
And the cows have moved away. Right now, my neighbors are a bunch of blue tits and other tiny birds.
Yeah.
Blue tit is the only one that I know what it is in English.
What is that? Like blå.
Blåmes.
Ah, right. A robin
I
then?
hope
Do we
you
have
yeah.
robin? I remember my grandma telling me robin was her favorite bird, but I don't know the Swedish word for robin. The kung,
I think it's rödhake.
is it? Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know.
I don't know. Could be bofink as well. My favorite one is steglitz.
Okay.
I have no idea what that is in English.
Yeah, I don't know actually. I'm not really good with birds, to be honest. A librarian, imagine how people react when I tell them that I sharpen knife and other bladed tools for a living. I walk around with a bunch of knives in my backpack all the time. Yeah, I think people will frown upon that one. It makes me think about the book I'm reading right now, um, the Jeffrey Dahmer one, because it's like uh, the police reports, and it's not written with any feeling or emotion whatsoever. It's just facts and statements, which makes like everything Jeffrey Dahmer is telling the police so much more chilling. Like I'm not reading like more facts or information. I feel like I know everything already, but when you read it in this kind of like format, it kind of makes it more gruesome and spooky somehow. Because like I'm so used to all these true crime documentaries and podcasts and books that you can read, but they're always like, you know, written or played out in a suspenseful way. But when you read a police report, it's just like subject states that he would drill holes in head. Subject states this was to make zombie. Subject states he would then fail. Subject state that he would boil the heads of his victims to keep the bones. Subject state that he went to this store to buy this paint spray to then spray the skulls if someone would come into the apartment. Subject state that he only bought this for this occasion. Subject state that he also used these cleaning products when boiling heads. Subject state that this cleaning product took away the skin from the heads the best way. Subject state that he only bought this product because it was the most efficient. And, you know, over and over again. Which kind of makes it just like, when you read it, it's just like, I don't know, it gives you a weird feeling when you read it. It's like, you know, you're reading it like, oh, of course, that's nothing, that's normal. You know, but it's not. I don't know.
Yeah. I think that they kind of have it to have that kind of no emotional bit in it.
Hmm.
Otherwise, like for the courts and stuff like that, you need to have only facts,
Yeah, I
and
mean, it makes sense.
no emotion in it makes it easier to have as just evidence.
Yeah. But it just makes it so gruesome to read it because, like, I'm just like imagining them sitting in a room, and then he's like, subject states that he preferred the method of suffocating his victims. Subject state that he went to the Macy store to buy this specific leather belt. Subject state he only bought this belt to be able to suffocate his victims easier. Subject state that he would suffocate them with his hands, but he preferred the method of the belt because it was more sufficient and efficient. Blah blah blah. You sit there and you're just imagining him just sitting there and telling them in complete detail exactly how he calculated and how he planned everything. And I'm so far that, like, I just read the sentence, subject states that after the 5th murder, he felt like he was getting better at dismembering bodies and he felt like he's getting faster at doing it and he's proud of himself. like that's a normal sentence to read. Like, he's proud of
And like that
himself.
is something to be proud of.
Yeah. It's just, yeah, it's mundane. It just makes it weird. This is a missed opportunity for the marketing property for the cleaning product. Yeah, mass murder. Use only the best. I mean, yeah. I mean, I've read the reports. I can do a list of the best cleaning products that he enjoyed. Blessed chlorine for a boiling head. I don't know. It's making it more uncomfortable, and I feel like I have digested and taken in so much true crime that I felt like, nothing really faces me anymore. But now when I'm reading this police report, it makes me uncomfortable in a way I haven't felt in years,
Yeah.
A new video idea, reviewing of cleaning products serial killer used in books. Oh my god. Welcome to a new video, guys. We're going to review this chlorine Jeffrey Dahmer I've been talking about and raving about. To do this, we have to do what Jeffrey Dahmer did, and here is the skull of the day. And here is the big pot that we use. Let's boil the head and see how efficient it is. Oh god.
Why was my first thought?
Mm.
I have a big pot.
Yeah. I don't have to buy one then. That's great. Do you have a head big pot? Is it big enough for a head?
I think it is big enough for a head. It's a big pot.
Let's do it. I also remember when I read the book, I read it yesterday. I read half of it yesterday. I couldn't read the rest because it got just too creepy in the evening. And like one was like, he was like, oh, I liked, subject said that he liked the, what do you call it? The process of, bränna ner. Oh, I can't think of it. Melt down, when you melt the bones down with acid. Isn't that like a specific word for that? I just lost it in my head. He used acid at least on some bones, and he would describe the soup that he got from, like, putting acid on the torso and stuff as spludge or spludge. And he said the best method to get rid of this spludge was to pour it into the toilet and just flush it. And it's like, it's just so, like, interesting how he's just like, yeah, subject says the best method to get rid of the spludge, as he called it, was to flush down the toilet. He did complain that it started smelling after the sixth, victim, but he did not have a better method, so he kept flushing it down the toilet. Like, okay. I mean, why not? I guess we can start flushing stuff down the toilet. Get rid of evidence. Dissolve. I
You
think that's it.
toilet though.
Yeah,
You
that's a
don't
big.
have to use your own toilet because you have the communal thing. I have a tank that is just mine.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
I just remembered I have coffee. I have ignored my coffee this entire stream. That's 3.5 hours. Good thing it's an iced
I have
coffee.
tea, but it's basically nothing left.
I have a buddy who is a police officer, and the way he talks about crimes is so bizarre, relaxed sometimes. They even have a slang word for certain crimes. I mean, I bet. But I also feel like, you have to, like, to have a job like that, you have to, like, take away, like, your emotions in it. So you have to be very, like, mundane about it. Like, it's just, like, another day at work. But I wanted to be like, what do you call them who take care of, like, dead people? Mortician? Is that it? A mortician?
Yeah, mortician.
Even if it's like a crime mortician, is that what you say? A crime mortician? No. Someone who do autopsies. I wanted to be that. I actually after high school, I don't know if I told you, Gina, but I sent for a university to be one, because I wanted to cut in dead people. It sounds so weird, and I got in. So I had to sit there and I was like, do I become a mortician and, like, cut and do autopsies and cut in people, or people? I cut in dead things, or do I become a librarian? I decided to become a librarian. But imagine if I became a mortician and I would just, like, do autopsies every day. I don't know if I could handle that, to be honest. I think I only like it in theory, the idea of it being, like, a little bit creepy, and I don't know. I think the smell would be the problem for me.
Yeah, the smell, and especially if you just the crime related bit, like, and also if the body has been laying somewhere for several days.
Oh yeah, or it's, like, been a drowning accident and it's bloated.
Yeah. And it's all mushy and stuff.
Yeah. But, I was still into the idea of being one. But then I started thinking about smells and stuff, and I was like, yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, and I got in as a veterinarian. I kind of just stood and chose between being a veterinarian or continue with just the math-based bit.
Oh, okay. Mortician is someone who prepare and bury people. Oh, okay. You're looking for a forensic pathologist. Okay, okay. It's the forensic thing I wanted to be then. Yeah. I think it's kind of funny though. Like, when people ask, they're like, oh, say something, I don't know about you. I can always say, like, oh, yeah, I got into that school to cut people up, or cut dead people up. Because people always go like, but why? I feel like, it's a career choice that maybe isn't, like, super common. So when you say that, you want to get into it, people, like, look weird at you. I feel like it's a frowned upon job or something.
I'm not sure if it's a frowned upon work, but it's definitely something odd, and it's something people just feel uncomfortable about, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like, people feel like it's creepy and weird.
And I also think that people find it even more creepy and weird if just a cute little 18-year-old girl just comes and says that I want to do this.
Yeah. Yeah. I did hear though also after I applied and I got in, I did some more research and I saw that, you don't really cut dead people in school. You practice on dead animals and especially pigs because pigs are very like close reminded of humans when it comes to like hearts and stuff. Um, and that did not really sit right with me because I'm a huge pig lover. So the fact that they brought up pigs just to kill them, to have people cutting them up and practicing on pigs, I didn't like that. Hmm. My younger daughter did her mandatory 2 week school apprenticeship as a mortician. Don't ask me why. She had no corpse interaction as an apprentice and just cleaned graves and made flower arrangements. Oh, that's nice. I had a coworker. She, when I left my job there as a librarian, she was a librarian too. She told me that if she ever became too stressed to be a librarian, she wanted to work with graves as like a vaktmästare. What is that? A janitor, like a grave janitor. So like walking around and taking care of like the graveyards as like a janitor or something like that. Uh, she was really into the idea. When I left, like I heard a few months later that she became ill, and after her illness and operations, she became vastly depressed, and she is not able to work anymore with anything. Very sad, but she was really into the idea to just like take care of graves and graveyards. Gravekeeper. Yeah, maybe that's the word. Yeah. Oh, hi, Ellen. How you doing? Hmm. There's so many interesting jobs out there, though. Like, I don't know.
And I feel there are way too many, like a whole lot of jobs that people don't really know exist. Or,
Yeah.
and even like jobs people know exist, but don't really know how to become.
Yeah. I agree. I quit my job, as a librarian recently, and I started looking at jobs and what kind of jobs there is out there. There's so many titles I had no idea was a title. Like there's so many jobs and I'm like, okay, how do you become this title? And it's just like, oh, you don't actually need anything or you need a specific education for it. And I'm like, I did not even know there was a school to become this. Like it's kind of interesting how many different jobs there are. Mm.
Ah, blah, blah, blah.
Ah, blah, blah, blah.
Ah, blah, 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 blah.
I'm really tired. I'm feeling like my
Same.
energy is drained right now. Oh, it's like
Same.
soon 10 o'clock as well. That makes sense, I guess.
Mm. And words are starting to just. I can't read chat anymore.
Yeah, same. I feel like we only did 2 sessions today as well. Look at us. We were gonna do
This
4
break has been
sessions.
very long as well, though.
Sorry.
I don't know how long this break has been for, but it has been way more than 15 minutes.
I paused it because I wanted to talk about 90 Day Fiance. I felt like I needed to talk about it.
I see. Makes sense.
90 days were a priority, exactly. It was a priority. I mean, sometimes, you sit at home watching TV or whatever, and then you see something and you just feel like, okay, I need to discuss this with someone. I need to have input, or I need to like nag about this because this is either annoying or extremely amazing. When you have that kind of experience, yeah. Mm. Mm.
I do know that experience.
Nuclear reactors are depleted. Power outage incoming over this brain. Yeah. I don't know. I had an idea to actually go to work tomorrow. I was like, okay, tomorrow I'm gonna be strong and independent, and it's Friday, so I can go home early. I should go to work and be a good worker. But I really don't want to. But I really should though.
Yeah, I just feel like fair, but you probably should.
Yeah, I know. It's just like, it's really hard because my anxiety is so rooted in my job. So it's like for me going to this job that I quit, but I still have to work until the middle of January. This job is just so, going there feels like, okay, if I go there, I will die. That's how my anxiety feels. And I don't want to die. But I probably should, because I know that if I go there, I probably will not die. It's just my anxiety telling me I will die because I have traumatic experiences at work and I got PTSD. But still, I don't want to die. All the motivation
And
seem to
will not
disappear
die.
by the
Be-
time when it comes. Exactly. Like, you have a lot of like energy and you be like, okay, I can do it. Tomorrow is gonna be a change day, and I have all this motivation, and you have a good like night's sleep, and you go to bed early, and you like, you're pretty good, and you're like, yeah, and you wake up in the morning and suddenly you have so many excuses in your head why you can't go though. Like, oh, but my leg kind of hurts, or oh, I got a little bit pain in my stomach. Could it be that I'm getting my period? I can't go the first day on a period. That's no good. That's uncomfortable, right? Or maybe I have a slight headache actually now that I think about it. Yeah, it's probably gonna be a migraine later on. Better stay home, right? Oh, it sounds so bad. Why do I have these? I don't want to work there anymore. I just went back to work this week after 2 months off from burnout. So at least I really feel the job-based anxiety. It's tricky to manage. Yeah, I am in a burnout, but my doctor don't want to prescribe burnout for me. Probably because I quit my job. I don't know. They were like, "Oh, but you quit and you're looking for another job that makes you happier, so you should be happy now." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not." I don't know. My fear is just so rooted in everything that happened. With all the mean people who did all the mean and fucked up things to me at my job. It's like if it would only be a burnout, like I was just too stressed or something, but I was a target from some horrible people, and I just don't want to see those people, and I don't want to open my email and see that they emailed me, and I don't want to be around them anymore.
Yeah.
My doctor basically said I can give you a sick note, but the solution is to get a new job, which is correct, but unhelpful it is. Yeah. I'm not really getting a sick note either. They're just telling me that, oh, if you only sleep better, it's going to be get better for you. Here you have some sleeping pills. Or, oh, you have PTSD and anxiety. Well, maybe coming in and talk about it once a month. And I'm like, yeah, it's not really helping. Like, I don't know. I'm also getting like anxiety pills to like calm down when I get a panic attack, but they don't really do much either. They're just helping in the moment, just making me tired and making me want to take a nap. Can't really take them, but I have to drive 1.5 hours to go to my job, And it's during the drives when I get my anxiety attack because, I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to work, you know? And the closer I get to work, the more scared I get because I'm like, I'm gonna be murdered. But I'm not gonna get murdered, but people gonna look at me funny and it's the same thing.
I I feel like that was spoken by a true introvert.
Yeah. But I mean, it is though, because it's like I it's not like I wasn't in physical danger, but my body is reacting like I was in physical danger. So every time I get close to my job, I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna legit die. But I know that nothing physical will happen. People will be passive aggressive, people will be rude as fuck, people will say comments, people will like look at me with disgust, and people will not include me in things and be mean and bully me and shit, but like it kind of feels the same. I don't know. Jeffrey Dahmer would disagree. Yeah. Maybe I'm gonna be the next Jeffrey Dahmer, to be honest. Look at me. I'm going down the same path of introvertedness. I read the beginning of the Jeffrey Dahmer book and they were like, oh, he didn't have any friends, and he had no one he could talk to and he was so alone. So he needed people to stay with him. So when his partners wanted to leave him, he lashed out and killed them. And I'm like, oh, I'm soon there, man. I'm gonna murder Gina. Eh?
Yeah.
Oh, I may.
Yeah.
I
I just
can.
heard you had me, and I was like, yeah, you have me as a friend. Woo.
Oh, I thought I was gonna murder you. Imagine putting
Nah,
your.
no, thank you. I'm not gonna leave you though, so you have no reason to.
But I wanted to try and boil your head. Maybe it looks like a fun time.
Mm. You may not though. I'm using my
PTSD
head.
and
It's kind of restarting right now, but I'm trying to use it.
she has the pot for it. Exactly. She already had the pot. PTSD and harassment definitely makes it a lot harder. You definitely don't deserve that treatment. Yeah. It's just like it's been ongoing for like 10 years. I feel like, I've been bottling it up for too long, and now my body is just like acting out on its own. So, like, it's been 10 years of unfairness and me doing everything and people still putting stuff on my table, and I'm just exhausted. And when I started becoming sick because I did burn out, that's when people started treating me differently, and they were like, oh, she's always sick, and oh, she's not dependable anymore, and oh, what do we do now, because now we have to do our own job. So they froze me out instead, and it just got worse. and now I just don't want to go in anymore. Welcome. But I know what I want to do. Back in the day, I was a swim teacher and a swim coach. I have all the degrees for being a coach, an educated one. I also have all the diplomas of myself actually being one of the best swimmers in the area back in my day. It was pretty cool. And I've been to a swim team and did an interview, and they said they really wanted me. So I'm gonna start working as a swim coach instead. I need like a different scenery for a while. I feel like I can't stay in a library anymore because I'm kind of like associating library and toxic librarians with everyone are the same right now. So right now I just feel like I need a break from that profession for a while and just do something else for a bit.
And I feel like it can be kind of a nice thing to just change work every now and then as
Yeah.
well. Because both you and me have been trainers, like you in swimming and me in riding, and it's kind of fun to just switch.
I also feel like it's a nice thing to do something more physical because, like, I love being a librarian and I love books more than anything, but I also feel like it's a very stay put and sit down on your ass all day kind of job. Being a swim coach kind of activates you a little bit, and if you're activated and you're physically tired, you don't really have the time to think overthinking thoughts, and I feel like that could be a calming factor for me to like just work with your body a little bit, you know. Plus it's like one of my biggest hobbies is either books or swimming and water, so I mean it's either or. It's not pity, and don't take it the wrong way. The way you describe your situation makes me want to give you a tight hug. Oh, thank you. It's just sad that it's just like keep following you. It like, because the reason I moved from that place that was like far away, that I moved back here to my hometown, was because I had a library boss that was really, really toxic. He made 3 librarians quit, and then I became his target, and he was on my case for 1.5 years, I think. And that's when I kind of like burned out and I started crying, and I called my dad and I was like, I don't want to live here anymore because I get bullied by my boss. And my dad was like, every boss bullies the worker. And then I started telling my dad what my boss was actually doing, and he was like, what the fuck, that's actually not normal bullying. That's not just being hard on your worker, that's actually illegal too, what he was doing and stuff, you know, and the things he was saying. So I moved away from there, and I got to another place and I got a new library, a new librarian co-workers, and they were kind of the same. And I was like, maybe this is just how librarians are, and I stuck it out for 5 more years, and now I can't leave bed anymore. I don't know. Sometimes it's just hard to know as well, because it was like my first librarian job as well. So it's like, I don't know what's normal and not normal. Like, I know it's not normal to like feel like shit, but like, maybe this is just how it is. And people be like, oh yeah, you're young, this is how it is, and they tell you this is how it is, and you're like, oh okay, so you kind of stick it out, but it just doesn't get better, and you're like start questioning if this is actually how work life is supposed to be, you know. Like, are you supposed to cry 10 times on the bathroom a day? I don't know. But when I had a job as an accountant, I used to give myself a break to do exercises to negate the sitting nature of my job. Yeah, my boss, she told me that we can like go outside and work out or go for a walk for an hour or two if you feel like it. Um, but I always felt like this shame because everyone always got mad at me when I left the library because they were like, a librarian should always be in the library. And if you're not at the library, how will we know where you are? So I never felt like I could leave the library and I was stuck in the library. So today it's that bad that I can't take my coffee breaks. I can't go for lunch. I can't go to the bathroom. I'm like 100, if I do go to work, I'm 100% stuck in the library, and I feel like if I leave the library, I'm going to get more shit on than I already am. I don't know if it makes sense because I tell my therapist and they're like, I don't understand. Just go take your lunch. And I'm like, but I can't. If I go take my lunch, there's always like 3 people coming up to me and being stressed out and wondering why I'm not in the library. And I'm never left alone, you know? I heard harassment is surprisingly common in librarian jobs. Yeah. I heard that they've been like a pyramid. That's, you know, you have the first librarian and then you have the second librarian, and then you have the school librarians, and then you have the librarian assistant. So it's like this hierarchy. They took away the hierarchy in Swedish libraries in the 90s. I think they still have it in some European countries, and in USA they definitely have it still. But they took it away in the 90s. But the place I ended up with, that I work at right now, that I quit, they've been working there since they were young, and they're old, bitter women right now. And they remember the 90s. So they remember the hierarchy roles that they had before it was removed. And they kind of still feel like they do have those roles, even though they don't. Right now, like in Swedish libraries, all librarians are equal, no matter what. But that's kind of like a dream. It's not really that. And I was a school librarian, so I am very looked down upon. We do the most work because we take care of all the kids and all the children's and all the schools, and we fix everything. And we have like we are in the classrooms as well and have like different kind of educational subjects and stuff. So we do more work than a normal librarian does, but we are still looked down upon, like we're nothing. We're like, we still have the same education as normal librarians, but we're still not appreciated the same. I don't really know why. Anyone that harasses librarians and teachers are among the worst people. The thing is, though, like, the people who go to the library are the nice people. Like, you know, sure, you have to deal with a lot of weird people coming to the library that ask weird questions, but I prefer them any day than the other librarians. And I feel like it could be kind of the same for teachers. I'm guessing teachers are different because they still have parents of the kids, and then they have like the kids sometimes, especially if it's teenagers or young adults, but especially the parents. But I also feel like other teachers, but I also feel like, you know, other teachers as well. Like, you know, you're not kind to each other because you're so much in your own bubble. So it's easier to blame others or point fingers at others. And if you have a bad boss as a teacher, like a bad principal, or you have a bad librarian boss, you're kinda having a shit show of a place to work at. You really need a good leader, and it's very rare to have a good leader, I feel like. What weird question? What is the weirdest one? I had this Finnish person come into the library once. She had taken nudes of herself and very close up pictures of her downstairs parts. And she wanted to have them printed because she did not want her doctors to look at her straight as a person. She wanted to have pictures and for the doctor to look at the pictures instead. She didn't really feel comfortable taking her clothes off at the doctor's office, so she wanted to print nudes. And I had to do that.
She felt comfortable with others printing the pictures.
Of course. But then she was also she told me that oh, you're a librarian, so you obviously read every book in the library, right? And I was like, well, at least the fictional one I read maybe half, especially these genres. And she was like, well, every librarian, it's in your curriculum or whatever to read every book ever in the library. Otherwise, you can't, talk about the books. And I was like, yeah, I guess that's true. I was just dissociating at that point because had to look at her downstairs part, and she was like, zoom in more. And I'm like, anyway. She then was like, yeah, but then you have read all the medical books. Do you know what this is? And she started pointing out bumps and warts and stuff on her thing. And I was like, no, I don't know. Just please go to a doctor. And she was like, but you're a librarian. You need to have read. So, I dissociated a lot and I printed every picture she wanted. And then I took her to the medical bookcase and I told her, here, browse yourself. I don't know. Leave me be, woman. But I feel like that was the weirdest thing I probably have done for someone.
I also feel like that by her logic, you would not only be a doctor, you would also be a teacher, you would be a physicist, you would be a historian, you would be a botanist. Pick any profession ever.
That's me.
And you would be an expertise in that area.
I can tell you this. Her down parts did not look healthy. I can say that. She definitely had something going on down there. Most likely a fungus or something. But I was just like, I don't want to look. And she also went like, we didn't have a color printer. We only had like black and white. And that kind of upset her because she was going to send these pictures and prints in a letter to her doctor. Because she couldn't attach the pictures she took on her phone on 1177. It's a Swedish medical website that we use for medical reports and stuff like that. And you can talk to your doctors there as well. She was really upset that she couldn't send it right there, like electronically. So that's why she needed them printed so she could send them as a letter to her doctor. Yeah. I also had another guy come in and he asked me if we sold postcards. And I said that we kind of normally don't. But we actually did because we had like an art exhibit, and that artist also made postcards, and that artist did sell postcards, and we did the selling for the artist because the artist wasn't around 24/7 as we were. So I was like, you can buy one of these postcards because, you know, artist, art exhibit, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, oh, that's cool. And he wanted to buy one. So I sold one and I was like, well, that's cool. That's that. You know, you thought that's nothing more weird about that, right? Uh, he then started walking back and forward in the library and he came up to me and he was like, do you have a pen? And I was like, oh, of course. He wants to send a postcard. Of course he needs a pen. So I gave him my favorite pen. I shouldn't have given him my favorite pen, probably now that I think about it, but I gave him my favorite pen. And I was like, this is a comfortable pen. And he was like, thank you, thank you. And then he started walking back and forward in the library again, and I just observed him, you know, be like, back, forward, you know? And then he came up to the desk again, and he was like, I need help. Can you write a postcard for me? And I was like, oh, maybe he feel like, you know, he doesn't have a good handwriting or whatever. And, you know, me being dyslexic, and also don't like my own handwriting, I was like, oh, I don't really feel like this today, but fine, whatever. I need to be a nice person, I guess. So I was like, sure, fine, whatever. What do you want to write? And he just stared at me for like 1 minute straight. And then he said, I don't know, you choose. And I was like, okay. What do you want me to write? And I was like, who is this letter for? And he's like, oh, it's for my girlfriend or my ex-girlfriend. She broke up with me because I made someone else pregnant, but I want my girlfriend or ex-girlfriend back, so I don't know what to write. What would you want if I was your ex? What kind of postcard would you want? And I was like, I don't know. A sorry? And he's like, oh, that's good. Write that. And I was like, what? And I was like, oh, I don't really know, man. Like, what do you want me to write? Like, just sorry? And he's like, maybe that I want her back and that I'm not with the girl I made pregnant. And I was like, oh God, why am I in the mix of this? Why was I nice to him? Why did I accept this?
And and the funny thing is also that she probably would recognize his handwriting.
Yeah.
So she would see that this is probably a woman's handwriting. And he's not with the girl he made pregnant.
Yeah.
Therefore, he has a third girl.
Yeah, exactly. But I was also like, he was not, he was an immigrant as well. So he was like, you know, doing the immigrant card, like, you know, my Swedish not very good, please help, please, please. And I was like, oh, of course I can help, you know. I don't know. I wrote the damn letter or postcard. I know I should probably not have. I should just told him, please do it yourself, because I was really, really, really uncomfortable. But I did write something in the style with, I'm sorry for what happened. I'm not with that woman anymore. You're the one I love. Something like that. I don't know. And then I told him, you have to write your name so she knows it's from you. And he's like, oh, you write my name. And I was like, I'm not gonna write your name, man. You have to sign the postcard yourself. Please, just sign it. And then he actually did sign it. So I was like, okay, thank God. And then he was like, do you have stamps? And I was like, no, we do not have stamps. And he's like, where do I buy stamps? And I was like, okay, you have to go to this store to buy stamps. And he's like, okay. And then he came back the day later and he was like, I sent it. And I was like, okay, good for you. I never saw him after that though. But that was also a weird encounter. Glad to see customer service is awkward and gross in every country. Yeah. You truly got in a full range of why no one likes working in public. I mean, to be honest, even if it's weird, I was not like I've had weirder experiences. Like I've had people come to the library and with like knives and murder threat me because they had to pay $1 for a fee because they were late on a book. They are more uncomfortable with like having a knife against your head, you know, than seeing genitalia. I guess. Like I feel like, you know, I can see some more genitalia than the knives, I think. Or we also had some issues with some people locking themselves into the toilet and doing drugs. That was also kind of scary because you didn't want to like knock on the door too much because they would come out and be really aggressive with like the needles and everything. That was also kind of scary, so you had to like call the police all the time. That was also not very fun times. But yeah, postcard guy, definitely fun story. My friend had a girlfriend and he knocked her up, he freaked out and wanted to flee and ditch her. I literally stopped him and beat the shit out of him. They're happily married now. I mean, that's good. That's good. But yeah, it's library can be kind of crazy working in sometimes because like some people come to the library and they have the weirdest questions in that regard. I also had books returned to me from people who used condoms as bookmarks. It was very sticky and not very nice to open those books, I can tell you. It wasn't even like, you know, an erotica like 50 Shades of Grey. It was just like a normal history book with condoms with stuff in them. But yeah. It's also like, you know, I think people don't understand is because like we have like a place where you can scan your book and then you return the book in like a post box or something, but then you already scanned the book. And people think that if you scan the book, it's returned, and due to the law, we can't look up who borrowed the book last. So they think that we don't know, but we do know. And then we have to call them and be like, yo, we found your used condom when you returned this book, you know? And they have to go like, I have never been to the library in my whole life. Someone must have taken my library card and borrowed the book on my library card. And you're like, okay. And they're like, I've never been to the library. The last time I was in the library was 10 years ago. And you're like, sure. Sure. They're like, I got hijacked, please. I never did it. We also had like this one lady who would like smoke into the books. So she was like a heavy smoker. So she would hold up the books in the air and then she would like breathe out the air into the books. So when we got the books, they just smelled like smoke, like cigarette smoke. And we had to like try to clean them and like get the smoke air off of them, but it was not possible. and we had to like throw away like 20 books or something that she had borrowed because they just smelled that badly. And we had to call her too and be like, could you please not smoke directly into your books when you borrow them, because you kind of ruin them. And after that she cancelled her membership and her card, and she never came to the library again. I found that funny. Okay, I have to go. Have a great stream. Oh yeah. Have a good day. What are a proper care method for old books? I see conflicting things for using gloves or just washed hands. I mean, it depends on how old the book is. I feel like I don't really work with old books that much. But if it's like really old books, are we talking like 1800 century or something like that? Gloves, and preferably cotton gloves, not latex gloves, but like the cotton one. I mean, you could use just your washed hands, but if it's like in a if it's in like an archive and it's like really old books and like really thin pages, we don't really recommend washed hands, because you still have like, you get oil on your skin really easily, so when you touch like the papers, the oil gets transferred. That's why the cotton ones are much better. But I've seen people still use the latex gloves as well. I'm not really sure which is better, to be honest. I was always told that the cotton one are the best to use. But again, I don't think I can answer that correctly because I don't really work with that old books, so I don't actually really know.
But I thought you'd read all of the books in the library, Ophi.
Yeah.
Surely you know everything in the whole world.
Latex is worse because it catches and tears the pages easily. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You know, because it's grabbing so hard that if you're not careful, you will just rip it really hard. I have some books from the mid 18th centuries. Ah, I will double check. I feel also like the way you store your books is really important. Like never in direct sunlight, because you know pages get yellowed easily. So preferably in a darker place and not too like humid either. So, but also not like, it can't be cold and it can't be too warm. It has to be somewhere in the middle. Because I've had books in cold and they get wobbly. I have had cold books in really warm places and they also got weird pages. Climate control, yes. Very important. I have some comic books, like really old original Sailor Moon comic books, not books, comics, magazines, I think. Yeah. I have to have them in like a zip bag to not have like the humid weather get to them, as well as having them stored in a dark place. So it's kind of funny though, because I sometimes forget I have them because they're not like visible to me. Well, I feel like, because it's past 10, I should probably end the stream because I probably should sleep soon. I say, and drink more coffee. In the States, they called comic books. I've had some old comics in the early 80s, some Marvel She-Hulk. Oh, that's cool. I at one time went to a library where I don't work, but another library, and I wanted to ask them where their like graphic novels are, and with graphic novels I meant the comic section, but you know, you call them graphic novels. Uh, but I forgot the Swedish word for it. And I went up to the librarian and asked for graphic novels, and she thought I meant I wanted a novel that was just very graphic in the content of it. So she's like, here is the crime and detective books. And I was like, oh yeah, this is not what I wanted. But I couldn't say that because she was so excited. So I was like, thank you, thank you. Poor woman.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for becoming a member. Very cool. Now you get a little teacup next to your name. My university used to have microfilm. Oh, that's so cool. We had that too. There were some of my favorite things to look at. Yeah, I like them. Their machine went down, so they decided to get rid of them. No, that's so sad. But yeah, they are really expensive to fix them, to be honest. It's been a good time, definitely. Want the fancy teacup, let's go. Fancy teacup are the best. Mm. And after every month, the teacup changes color as well. Very cool. I think the last teacup is like gold or something. I don't even actually remember. I was tempted to buy them, a brand new viewer, but I wasn't able to at that time. Oh yeah. I really like it. It's also like when I was younger, we had CD players and cassette players that you can sit in the library and listen to music, like CDs and cassette tapes and stuff like that. They don't have that anymore in the libraries. That's very old fashioned because it just is. But I remember when I was a teenager and you could go to the library and listen to like, I don't know, Christina Aguilera's newest CD or something like that. My brothers did that all the time. Mm. I sat by the manga books and they were listening to music in the library. We were very different, very different.
Me and my friends used to just sit in the sofa in the manga corner, and we just picked out a manga each, and we read and talked and stuff.
Yeah. I feel like, you know, it's like I think everyone have like some kind of childhood memory of them being in a library at some point, you know? And if they don't, they had a painfully bad childhood. Because how can you not be in a library? That's like the best place to be. Mm. Only headquarter libraries had them now, so now you have to travel to the county in Paris to view them. Ah, that can get expensive. Yeah, makes sense. Mm. I think the only one that has it here is also like very big or obscure libraries. I do know Stockholm have them, you know, but Stockholm is Stockholm, especially at the Royal Library. I always wanted to work at the Royal Archives, the Royal Library Archives in Stockholm. It looks really cool. But then when I was in university, my teacher told me that he knew the library man. We don't have many scandals in Sweden, but there was a library man that would take really, really old books from the Royal Library in Stockholm the archives, and it was like books that only was like one copy left in all of the world, and it was like really, really, really preserved special books. He would take them and then he would sell them to like book collectors around the world for millions because he wanted to be rich. So he went to his job. He he stole some books and he sold the books to collectors. And when they got him, he ended his life because he couldn't live with himself that he stole so many precious books from the royal family of Sweden, which it was not technically the royal family, but they belong to the Swedish family. But imagine, I remember one of them, it was like a first print of Narnia or something like that. It was worth so much money, that book. Crazy, man. Imagine other people have a cool, okay, cool in quotation mark, cool serial murderers, and we have the library man. Oh my god. Oh, the National Archives in Washington D.C. It was a very strange experience. They have the rolling bookcases. I'm assuming, you know, when you go down to the archives and you have to like roll the bookcases. I love those. Somehow I find the library man more offensive. I agree. Library man was a very weird man. I think his name was Magnus or something. I know that they made a series of him. It's like a 3-episode series, but I don't think it's have a translation. Okay, he's called the Library Thief. Do you guys know, have you guys seen It? The movie It by Stephen King? You know the guy who plays the clown? You know Skarsgård? You also have his big brother, Alexander Skarsgård. Anyway, both of them have an even older brother. Oh yeah, he's the guy who plays in Vikings. Okay, now I don't remember his name in the Viking. But he's playing the library thief man in the series. Floki, right? Isn't his name Floki? Or something like that. He is the history's biggest book thief ever in the world, apparently. So far, Sweden been trying to locate all the books and who they were sold to, and they've been trying to get all the books back. But it's hard to find them because like some book collectors just they hide really, really well. So I don't know if they actually found all of them. Nice to see. It happened in November 2004 when he got exposed. His name was Anders. He was a library specialist and he was taking care of all the archives of the oldest book in Sweden. The books were worth millions and they are now gone forever. It was also secret documents that were taken, like secret documents that should never have left the Swedish ground. Damn, that's kind of horrible.
I think I'm gonna go to bed because my brain has just very much quit for today.
Do it. I'm also gonna go soon.
Yeah, I kind of figured, but I tried to sit up and wait for you, but I can't.
What can I say? When I find a new interesting topic, I just go on.
Yeah. And I like listening to you, you know I do, but I'm tired.
Yeah, I know. Good night.
Good night. Bye bye, everyone.
Bye bye. Oh my god. One of the oldest books that he stole was from the 1500. It was by a Portuguese author. And it was written in Latin. Apparently, he saw himself as playboy and international book gambler. What the fuck? Okay, I can't read this and it's making me sad. What is this? Ew. Ew, ew, ew. Oh, Skarsgård. Yeah. I have never heard of pronounced correctly. Oh, yeah. Skarsgård? Yeah. It's always funny when you see like American interviews and they go Skarsgård. It's the worst. He committed suicide and caused a gas explosion to kill others. Oh yeah. He did. Yeah. No thanks. What a terrible person. Yeah. Scars gored. Oh, that's the worst. Oh no. But I find it funny that the Skarsgård family is just like, you know, the dad is an actor and a really good actor for that. I kind of feel like the dad is a better actor compared to his sons, but then he has like so many sons, and I think there are 4 sons who are actors. One of them are not known to anyone outside of Sweden, but 3 of them are known in Hollywood. But you can tell that they all are brothers and father because they kind of like have the same smile and the same face. Apparently, the US Department of Justice has the books listed under high priority stolen artifact. So if you found to have them, it's a serious federal crime. Yeah, I bet it is. I also know there was like another crime going around in Sweden where it was like an art. Why do we steal art in Sweden? It makes no sense. We don't have much murder. We do have a big cult though. It's pretty good, but we're not gonna get into that because then we will stay here for 2-3 more hours because I love that cult. It's fun to talk about. It's a kind of funny cult though because like one of the the cult have the bride of Jesus. She's a normal person, but she's married to Jesus because he loves her so much, and that's kind of what the cult is about. That people have to please her because she will telltale on Jesus otherwise because she's married to him. And to be close to Jesus, she has to have intercourse with the priests because the priests are the only one who refer the message of Jesus. Definitely a weird cult. They also have some murder in it. Very interesting. Very interesting. There was also an axe murder in Sweden that I was really into at one point. That's really weird as well. Yeah, as you can hear, I do like true crime. Fine art market in the ring of money laundering. I am. I'm at the state where the Mormons having a massive livestock ranch and the headquarters of Scientology. Hmm. I've seen some reality shows on Mormons, especially this the one I recently saw so much about was like my husband is not gay, but he's like SSA, he have same sex attraction, but he's not gay because you're only gay if you act on it, and he's a Mormon and he is married to a woman and they have children together, so that means he no gay. I remember in the reality show, one of the gay guys, or not gay guys, said the only thing he had in common with gay people is that he's attracted to men and he wants to have a relationship with men. Other than that, oh yeah, and he had a big love for musicals. But other than that, he had nothing in common with gay people. Which is just such a funny statement. Imagine saying like, "Oh yeah, I love how men looks like, and I want to be in a relationship with men, but I'm not gay though," you know. Oh my god! I also find it funny that they made up their own word for it, like SSA. Fucking Mormons, man. Please, you can be attracted to men and have a partner. That still makes you gay. Exactly. That's why the show is just so hilarious. And I loved how the guy was like, no, the wife, when she was talking to other wives that had gay husbands or not gay husbands, I guess, she was like, I love it when my husband is, you know, hanging out with your guys' husbands, because after they get their guy time and they hang out with each other, they come home and they're a lot happier. And, you know, you'd be like, oh no, shit. A gay man hanging out with another gay man. He comes home happy and satisfied to his wife. Of course, of course. Makes sense to me. There was like another comment. What was that? It was oh, it was such a crazy show, not gonna lie. uh, I don't know. You guys should definitely see it. It was kind of funny. I just feel like, you know, trash TV and reality, like trashy reality shows with a lot of drama. I just like it way too much. I feel I could spend an entire day just watching it for the drama. Sometimes I'm watching shows about things I'm not even interested in just because I heard there's a lot of drama in it. The Mormon being one of them. I also saw there was like a new one about Mormon wives, I feel like, or something. That was also a really interesting one. There is this weird trend in the States about families going back to traditional values. Oh, really? Hmm. No homo, bro. Now give me a good night kiss. Exactly. Oh yeah, one of the wives told like the camera crew, like, you know, she was like, you know, in the beginning I was like, oh no, my husband is like attracted to other men, which means he's not attracted to me as a woman, but that's okay because we love each other so much that we're past attraction. He does not need to be attracted to me for us to be a happy family. And that's just so sad to me. Like, what do you mean you're past attraction? How do you get past attraction? Oh yeah, yeah, with the women's right and everything. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. It feels like, it's more like people thinking back and being like, it was better before, and then they try to go back to that, but it was, I don't know. It's easy to look into things with rose tinted sunglasses, I think, and romanticize how it was before. It's like, in Europe, I feel like a lot of Western countries in Europe are like starting to talk about uh, left uh, left politics and communisms, and how communism is good. And then you have like the other half of Europe, the eastern part, who's just like, don't go there. You guys don't know what you're talking about. uh, we kind of have that cliff in Europe at the moment. You don't get past attractions. They're just trying to be Puritans. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's always good everywhere, but it can't be 100% good, because if it was 100% good, you would not have like uh, done something else, you know? So it's just like, of course, you can like look at the good parts and, implement the good parts again if you like them and if they work for you. But like, maybe our society has, changed because it wasn't good. Hmm? My favorite ironic saying is the ending declaration, Puritan church. Hiccup. Mm. Ah, tea for two, and two for tea. Thou art a wretched sinner, utterly unworthy of God's love, a fountain of pollution in depth. Within the nature and thou lives. The winter tree. Steep thy life. Lol. Dumb. Yeah, I can't really say anything. I'm atheist, I guess. Or realist. I don't know what you say. I feel like I have a hard time believing things I can't see myself. I don't mind religion. If people are happy in their religion and they don't pester me with their religion, I'm happy. My mom is very like Christian, but she was always like, that's her faith and she do whatever she wants, and then me and my brothers and my dad, we can do whatever we want, because her faith is not going to change depending on what we believe in and don't believe in, so we can do whatever we want to do. So I don't know. So I'm just somewhere in the middle of, I don't believe in anything that I don't really see. But if I have to pick something, I will definitely go back to the Viking Norse gods. Because why not? I rather pray to Odin or something. Mm. A spooky little guy, Hellenist witch, be it. Fellow pagan, let's go. I usually don't care, but some people would rather like being atheists, like my doctor, for example. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that one. The Eddas. I actually never read the entirety of Edda. I only read like different parts of them, but it's been on my reading list, and I feel like I would love to read the Eddas and then like make a really in-depth video on it. Wouldn't that be fun? Mm. Il- oh my god. I actually read the Bible once, like the entirety of it. I read it as a fantasy. It was pretty good. I like to, places like Goodreads, you can like review books, and people like they were like really angry at people for giving Bible 1 star, because they were like, I'm gay, I give Bible 1 star. And Christian people got mad. So Christian people like, I'm Christian, I give 5 star. Jesus, God, we like, you know. Uh, and I read it as a fantasy book. I was like, yeah, it's not very believable. This Jesus dude comes from nowhere and he just got powers and then he dies. Like, what the fuck? I would not recommend. It was also pretty slow there at some points. The Old Testament is hype, so many genocides. That is true. That is true. I do agree with that one. Please, Sophia, help me find the other last 10 epic poems. Prose Edda is actually super readable. I was surprised. Yeah, people have said that. Yeah. Mm. There's this trend in the state about being in the Bible fandom, really? Where people don't believe the religious aspect, but they love the rad stories. Yeah. I mean, I don't really mind the stories. I just feel like, the Bible stories are kind of like, our folklore. Like, I mean, we also had like stories to our children, like, oh, don't do this or this because then this gonna happen. Like, I feel like everyone had stories like that, and I view the Bible like that as well. I drawed everyone except like 5 people. Here's some pretty colors. Bye. I mean, everyone do love a rainbow. I would say that maybe gayness were like already a thing back in the day. I mean, do you know how many rainbows there is in the Bible? Hmm? Hmm? Coincidence? I don't think so. Oh my god. Kind of funny though. Hmm. Well, now I stayed like 43 minutes longer than I should have. It's way too fun to talk sometimes. Hmm. Well, before I come up with another subject, I will say my adieu and goodbye and guten Nacht or uh, adios. I don't know how many languages are we gonna say goodbye in. Hej då. Adieu. Adieu, min lilla vän. Oh, sorry, that's Swedish. Yeah. Good night, everyone. Matane. Ah, matane. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thanks a lot, Ophi. I hope you feel better. I hope so too. We will have a light novel video coming out on Sunday. I did actually write the entire manuscript today, so I'm excited. It's actually gay, because we talked about gay shit. So it kind of makes sense, I guess. It's a danmei, a Chinese danmei. It's also the first danmei I read, and I was shocked. I was like, "Oh shit, is this what everyone on Twitter is talking about?" So I'm kind of excited to showing you guys. Uh, mm. But I will see you guys soon, and have a lovely day, a lovely Turkey Day, I guess Americans have today. And yeah, bye bye, everyone.